Some games are just weird. They're all coded funky.
I
Oh,
am going to stop my stream for a second because I don't think anyone's in here anyways. Okay. Huh.
uh,
It will not capture Minecraft.
display capture? Yeah, it might not. Make a new source. Game capture. That you're here and it. Oh, it won't pick it back up until you go back into Minecraft too.
Yeah.
Minecraft's weird when you minimize it. Uh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't.
All right. I think I got it.
Sketchy app.
I'm just starting it over to see if it picks up because it looks like it's working with my game capture. There we go. All right.
Burn potato. Burn.
Beautiful. It worked. I don't know where I am.
I know. That's the only thing that sucks, but I'm gonna pick you up. I'll bring you over to where we live, and there's a couple really cool areas I think you might want to go jam in. No, back down here.
Are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Biggie has enough people watching. I'm gonna go hop in your chat.
Yeah, that's cool if you want to. I'm gonna make my way towards you. It's gonna take me a while. You can look on um right above your hotbar now. Little compassy thing. If you rotate around enough, you should see a tiny little colored dot. I don't know what color I am. That's me. So it's a little easier to find each other nowadays.
Oh, okay.
I do have the server set up. You could hit F3 and look at coordinates. This game actually has an update popping in too as well. Adding some sort of spears. kind of use javelins, horseback. You know. Fuck. Oh,
Oh,
haha, fuck you, Enderman. It's
lagging a
raining.
little bit.
Oh, you might want to go in your settings, change some like render distance, chunk distance. It always puts it really fucking high when it
Ouch.
drop those range or so. Higher, yeah, it starts out.
Yeah, all of a sudden, freaking creeper just teleported to me and blew up.
Plus side is if for some reason beds or something get or you whatever and you die, the spawn points not suit. A little bit of a jaunt if you had to do it. I was thinking about making a box back over here
Ah,
again.
shit.
Right.
Broke between my legs.
Also doesn't help that you happen to time it with a rainy night.
Get some wood. Just so I can defend myself somewhat.
Right.
Okay, don't like that. Oh, E. Okay. Alright. I'll have to get used to that.
You can recap.
You can. It's coming back to me. It's all coming back to me.
Had a wave on that little radar thing. Oh fuck. I know the little dot gets a bit bigger as not quite like
The X went away.
yep, now it's just a dot, so we're relatively going to the
Your
forest.
mom's a hoe. I died.
Oh,
I didn't notice there was berry bushes and it slowed me down and a creeper blew up on me.
nice. Actually, stay where you're at for a sec. I want to mark this. I didn't know there was a over here. Oh yeah. I want to mark where the spawn is because I kind of want to come back over here sometime with a little bit of gear or something. Leave a box or something. The just in casers thing. So it's just like, and when you die, it's like, oh shit, I have nothing now.
This is normal Minecraft. Oh, an apple.
Did that back at our hut.
Minecraft.
I made a box that just says that hurt.
Minecraft.
It is that tree.
It's the special tree.
It's special, all right.
That don't sound too good.
I'll show it to you here in a minute after I pick you up. Kind of a cool area. Almost seems right up your alley. Let's go get you geared up a little bit and bring you back over here, drop you off. Hope that's a bigger dot. You're a bigger dot now. What color am I?
Green? Or like greenish yellow?
You're
It's not
blue.
a very flattering color. It's like a solid doo-doo green.
Oh, I see you. Is that where we spawned?
Yeah, somewhere over here. I ran over and cut down more trees.
Just like make a big nerd pole right there or something. That'd be cool. Just something to mark where it's at. May also be a picture of the coordinates.
That looks ridiculous.
Steed.
That looks dumb as hell.
Right click on it and you can hop in.
Oh, what the hell? This is so dorky.
It is dumb, but it's kind of cool because you can do everything on it now. So you can be sitting where I'm sitting, driving around. You could build. So you don't. So when you're building like on the side of mountains or shit like that, now you don't have to necessarily build like a big old stack of dirt or
Is it omnidirectional?
everywhere I want to do what I want. You don't even have to be
But
flying
can
it.
you like move it sideways, like facing forward though?
Oh yeah, up down,
Okay.
and you move it wherever. And then if you want, you can get off. You can get off the seat. And you can just stand on them.
Hmm.
They're neat.
There's something. There's something.
Go over this way.
You.
There's two things here I was going to show you. One was that whacked out freaking tree. Two, you might want to build in this. It's pretty cool. Down in here. Side of that mountain's already a nice flat. I don't know where you want to go though. Like you might want. I don't know if you want to be in a swamp or you want to be in a jungle. Do you want to be a like a little crackhead?
Build under the. Yeah, I'm probably gonna run off like a crackhead.
Oh, okay, cool. It wasn't a tree. It was just a bunch of floating dirt with a tree on it. For some...
You made that. Are you content farming?
I wish. I had that in.
Yeah. Oh my god, guys, look at this. I just found this randomly in Minecraft.
It has
It's
been.
just the Taj Mahal.
It renders some weird shit now, man. This is a slow ride, but this is way easier and way better than trying to freaking traverse that on foot.
That's fine. It just lets me sit back and relax for a little bit.
Damn, there's... Give you the grand tour.
Does this one have maps, or do you have to make them?
You have to make them.
Ah, fuck. I gotta remember how to turn on coordinates again.
Hit F3?
Oh, is it? Shit. Oh, okay. You can't turn it on. You can look at them, though.
No, yeah, it won't just permanently turn it on, but you can turn it on, you know, so like when we get over to where my base is here, you can just do what I do. Just turn that shit on, take a screenshot, or take a picture with your phone. Nice to be able to remember. Slash, next time, like I said, at worst, not like it used to be where if you ran off, I'd be like, sorry, dude. I don't know where you're at. You could just at least find me on that stupid compass now.
Huh. Things definitely look a little different.
Yeah, they've done some new things. You might want to look into doing some shaders or something. That'll be fun for you. I do. Is it Iris? Slash Fabric is what it is. It's like, well, it's the manager renderer thing.
Yeah.
I don't have anything super crazy weird. I'll have to look up what the shader is I have, but it's just kind of Makes everything look a little, I guess you could say, prettier.
Just reminds me of a stupid clip I seen on Instagram where this dude and his friend are hanging out and he's like, bro, look at it. It looks so beautiful. And he's got like this high res shader pack
Right?
and like the graphics turned up to max. And then the other guy's like, yeah, it's beautiful. And goes to his screen and it's just a basic pack with like
Yep.
limited chunks loaded. He's like, yep, it sure looks nice.
Ugh. Not as white now.
No, you're very white. Don't lie.
I had the super white light staring straight at me, so I was very white.
Like cracker white.
Crackers wish they were as white as I was.
Oh my god, it's the abominable snowman.
Pretty much. You definitely look at breeding horses on him or something. Well, actually, depending on if you want it right away or if you don't want it right away, I've got a couple extra elytra. Get one done up for you if you want.
I'll dick around for a little bit first.
Okay.
You know me, I don't like all the super OP stuff handed off right away.
That's cool. Jade, if you want to, you can go get your own goddamn elytra if you want to.
Yeah.
It's the only thing you don't have the ability to do now. I already killed the dragon. Sorry.
How dare you?
But if you want to, you can always go. Oh, so, all right. We're almost out back to the house. I can see torches here. A lot of the really pretty things, she built.
Fair. Yeah, no, that's normal.
Right. Okay. Dive. We'll go drive up here and park it, and I'll give you a bit of a tour of all the shit that's here. And after that, you can whatever. Show you my villager fuck house. And she was like, "Can you put it any other way?" I was like, "No." I was like, I put two of them in there. I was like, these guys gonna fuck, and then they're gonna fuck their kids.
Well,
that's what it is.
banjos start playing.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Deforested.
Oh, this area?
Yep.
This is just the grassland. This is how it was. Here's our first little farm right here. But fly over there and park the gas. I have 3 more of these. Make her one up eventually. If you want one after a while, you can have one too.
Yeah.
It all depends on kind of what kind of stuff you're wanting to build. Like, it's going to come in handy with my tree I'm attempting to.
Oh yeah,
All right.
let me turn down the chunk distance just so this thing's not taking forever.
A little less.
We'll go to like 15 chunks and try that.
Then yeah, you just hit shift to stand up and you can pop off of them.
Hello?
Yeah, when I hop off, it puts you in the driver's seat. I have him tethered though, so he.
How do I'm hitting shift.
Oh.
Release me, foul demon.
I don't know what button it is for you then, because I think I put shift to the.
Oh, crouch.
Crouch.
Okay. Control.
Yeah, I put it to shift so that I can do it. So yeah, this is basically the main hub of our world now. If you want or need some things, feel free to snag some stuff if you need to. You have a kitchen in here that has a food. Oh, that's what I was gonna give you. Here's a stack of potatoes.
Haters.
I like to do bacon.
Yeah, fair. Thank you.
I don't think she did anything back here. No, she didn't. But yeah, inside the house we got a little bit of stuff, but she's moving a lot of
Are you
things.
sure he's not gonna fly away?
Nope. See, I got him tethered here.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, I barely saw that.
Yep. If he did, anyways, they like snowballs. Grab a snowball and he comes. I don't think
Okay.
they go very far, even if they do get untethered. I think they stay in a general vicinity. But I'm not certain
Well,
on
let's
that,
not.
and I don't want to test it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say let's not test fate.
Right.
Let's not do that. Okay, let me get the XYZ quick.
Yeah, do that. I gotta drop a couple. All right. So yeah, that's the main house. Still a little bit of stuff in there if you go in the chest in there. We need to get you a bed. This is the enchanting bottle. So,
It's
the
cool.
fully leveled enchanting table if you need, once you get to that point. There's some lapis
Yeah.
in the one box. We're starting,
Did you
we're,
happen to know
yeah,
where's an ocean?
full blown ocean. Well, just off this that direction on the other side of the house, pretty much.
Okay.
I'll show
Alright.
you. I have somewhere over there. I'll show you where my stuff's at. But over here, some of this stuff kind of makes sense. Some of it's kind of whatever, but this little, shall we say, village is storage. So, pretty much everything. I've been using a lot of it, so they're a little dry. But cobblestone is all in this one. This one's got like granite, diorite, all that neat shit. This is the one that's got like all the metals. So upstairs in a few of the boxes, there's some gold, iron, that
She
shit.
made this, didn't she?
Oh yeah, that's what I said. She did all this shit. This one's got some weird stuff here. If you have an emergency, this is the one. This is the hut that's got my that hurt box. So that's my make it easier to go back and get my shit box.
Fair.
Just remember, don't panic when you die, and don't respawn instantly. Hit F3. You still have enough time to be able to see your coordinates where your dead body is.
Okay.
That happened to me in the Nether the other night. I would have lost all my shit if I panicked. I found it all. Speaking of...
Yeah, remember that.
Right, it's just like, try not to panic. Grab whatever. So yeah, you want to know where an ocean was. Yeah, she built that treehouse too.
So you're like one-upping her, and you're making a bigger one, right?
Yeah, you see it there?
Yep.
Sticking out of the fucking mountain.
That's exactly why I asked.
Yeah, I made it entirely out of dirt, and I'm coating it in oak, so it'll eventually.
Why you don't want to cut down that many trees? Come on.
It's a slow process. I'm doing it though. I'm doing all the stuff. Like I'm making all. Oh, you sons of bitches! All right, we need to go make you a bed and go. All right, run to the house.
They're all coming for me. They're all coming for me.
Run to the house. Get you inside.
Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys.
Oh no, I missed.
Ah, bitch.
Get inside. I don't know if I think I have some wool in here. Hold on. Look.
The shark all over you again.
Right, a little bit. It's just like, come on, man. Like, are you serious? I don't have any. Hold on. Let me go grab some wool really fast. And I will be right back. We need to take care of those dickheads. Make you a guest bed, so to speak. Sheep. Badasses better be eating some fucking grass. Coming back. Yeah. What are the odds it was one of the nights where those assholes would be?
Very high.
Okay. Oh, they they were
There's
trying.
one in the house. Oh.
I need to. Here, you sleep up here near us, I guess. There. You sleep by me. That way. At least you have a spawn for now. Once you get squared away somewhere, you can set a spawn.
I might just bring it with me.
Well, no.
Oh, shit.
Now you don't have a spawn.
That's fine. I'll figure it out.
Well, no, I just don't want you, in case you die, because you know you're going to. I'd rather you spawn here.
I never die. That is false.
It's up to you. I ain't coming to pick you up again. Took a while.
I never die. Let me out of here. I'm lost.
Down. All right.
I'm panicking. I'm panicking.
Shit. You got stuck in the fucking... That's funny. All right. The fuck? Another one stuck somewhere? I don't care. All right, I'll bring you to an ocean.
Tropical ocean? Or just a big body of water?
It does do a tropical. Yep, it will.
I'm gonna be ocean frog.
Hey, you can do that. There's a couple swamps that aren't super far from here. Depends on which kind of swamp you want. This is my place. I made this area.
Hmm.
Like, I brought all these trees over. This was not this kind of biome. I made that bridge. I'm proud of that bridge. That was my first attempt at actually trying to...
Fair.
Might have a boat already here that you can take if you... Not. Yeah, there's a couple boats. I do have a mob spawner if you do want some XP. Not like the most efficient one, but it does work. Want to hang out here, you can. You want go straight this way. What is that? That's no west. That direction, there is a swamp, but it's kind of the flat ones with just like the weird colored oaks. But if you want the one that's got like mangroves and shit that I saw, like somewhere off that direction, a little further out, you might hit like a desert burst. You hit that, go to the right, and eventually run into it.
Okay. Goodbye, friend.
Nope. Well, like I said, just remember where we're at. And we'll, like I said, we'll kind of...
Oh, shit. I see your spawner.
Yeah. You need to use it or want to ever, go for it. Like I said, it's not the most efficient in the world, but it works. You can get bones.
It works. Shit.
Well, yeah, you can get bones and gunpowder and shit off it pretty decent. There he goes, chat. Off into the... And he's gone. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can go as far as you fucking want.
You sound like you're lonely now.
I just gotta remember what I was doing. Oh, I need to go get bread. Apparently, bread makes villagers.
Bread makes me horny, dude. What the hell is this?
Oh, that's what we'll do. We'll link nether portals.
Oh, it's a ship.
Once you get wherever you're at.
How do I get off this bitch?
Crouch.
There we go.
I remapped my buttons, so kind of like me, not the most useful.
Uh-oh.
No, uh-oh.
I gotta get used to swimming.
Oh yeah, there's a new swimming mechanic in here probably since the last you did that. Because you can, once you're underwater, you can crouch and it puts you into like an actual like swim mode.
I should.
But this is always on the rented server from Microsoft, so you don't need me on if you do decide you want Minecraft.
Okay.
There was a part of me that was almost wondering if anybody else wanted to join, do whatever, and they kind of make it a
This game is
village,
too relaxing for them.
a village server. I mean, underneath my base, I have a trial chamber, so you make it difficult to play. We'll have to do that sometime.
No PvP.
We can make PvP. There is PvP. I can murder you.
I didn't mean me. I don't care about that. But...
I know, but I'm just saying, it's like we can. Yeah, they got the trial chambers. I haven't actually gone and done the trial chamber yet. So, like, once you're geared up, we should come back over here once. We should go do it. I think that'd be fun. Okay,
Keep doing the wrong things. Damn it. Okay, that. Suspicious stew. Throw that on. There's that. Okay, that's cool. Alright.
There it is.
Should I... Actually, let's hop back over here.
Oh, trader. Hell do you? Got anything?
Okay.
What you got? What you got?
Couple caves, okay. Not ideal.
You're thinking about living basically on the water or in a swampy whatever?
Yeah, I'm looking for, like, you know where they have all the coral and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
Or is that a...
Yep.
Okay.
You just got to find some. I've seen some out that direction in places. Might be a bit of a travel around. I know somewhere not too far off in that direction, there's one of those underwater temple thingies. Those one dickheads.
I think I see it, maybe?
Be careful, because they do zap you. Don't think it hurts a ton at first, but does put whatever mining fatigue. Makes
Yeah.
I've stuck.
Just scrolling by them. I'm on my quest. I'm gonna be a marine frog.
I have to go online and go make a skin.
Yeah, I gotta figure out even how to do that.
There's just websites that do it. It's basically, it makes an image that you upload onto server here. It's not even the server, like to Minecraft. And it just makes, it's on your character. Really pretty simple. Just gotta find one of them. You really don't even need it. I think you can do it on your own, but I don't know what program you could. I just found somewhere online, made it, and they're like, here you go.
What the fuck are those? What are these things? Are these tropical fish?
I think
Oh,
they,
I think they are.
one of the last updates they did, they added a
Yeah, because they look different compared to most of the other fish. I think. Oh, I found a village.
nice.
I'm about to go steal all their sand.
Steal one of their beds. Easiest way to get in a bed.
Right. You're right. You're right.
They don't need it.
Stealing their watermelon too.
Yep. Survival. Gotta do. Survive. Or we're just not half an minute.
Let me up. Okay. Take that. One of the best ways to get started is just robbing them blind.
That's what everybody does. Find the first village you can, steal what you need.
Thanks for the bed, nerd.
Unless you're
Don't know how
wanting to
that just
use
worked.
them for other purposes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh, my.
Because we just gotta remember to sleep every few nights. It's like, I think it's every 4 nights those dickheads show up. You don't sleep. Damn all the people that voted to have those things.
Yeah. I guess that gives you incentive to like actually sleep though, but
Yeah, but still. That. Be one thing if it was like 1 or 2 of them showed up, but it's like an army shows up.
oh hell yeah. I love stealing. Actually, fuck you too. Give me your chest. What is this? Is that a block of iron? Smooth stone. Oh, okay. Okay, that's the one I checked.
Or Mr. Gas, I'll find you at home some. Float around in the courtyard. Or maybe you will.
Gotta go.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Learning things.
You're learning stuff and things.
Yeah, just all the different blocks and make out of stuff.
Hmm.
Get a big. Actually, gonna eat.
Trying to remember, is there actual coral reefs in this game?
Yep. I mean, they're all like
Okay.
blocks, but I mean, yes.
Yeah, but okay. I'm gonna try to get back out to the ocean.
All right, Mr. Iron Golem, you can't hang out with your friends. Died. Don't.
Can you grow trees underground?
Yes. Gotta be on dirt. But yeah, I think they're all. Or you still got my stream up?
Should. Oh fuck, my phone closed. Hold on.
I mean, that's fine. No, I just want to show you something that looks kind of creepy and weird.
Why is it day for you and it's nighttime for me? What the hell is this shit?
Oh, it's nighttime.
Hold on. Skip to live. There we go. Okay.
Like all
The
my.
fuck is wrong with you? The fuck is wrong with you, dude?
I'm making little ones. Oh, that one turned into a big one.
Jesus Christ. Got a Diddy party.
Well, after a while, I'm going to put every one of them in one of these little cells, and I'm going to block them off, and they're never going to be able to move ever again. That's what I do here. Eat.
Oh, you're a nerd.
Whoa. They didn't even stand up. Is that a thing? Whoa. You want to see them do something really weird?
Oh God. What are you doing to them?
Are you watching?
Yep. What the absolute fuck is that? Is it the family orgy going on?
Yeah. Interesting. You guys have fun. Man.
Something wrong with you.
I swear to God, no idea that was what they do.
Mm, Chat, he's lying.
Profusely. No. I thought they'd stand up and go running for it, 'cause that's what they normally do.
We should make a shovel.
Ah, all right. I'm just gonna have to go make a bunch of those. Hmm. Yeah, that kind of. Ooh. Don't rage it.
I've been there. I've been there all my life. Oh, it was funny. So I was streaming or whatever, and I had I had, what is it? Someone's like, "Oh, I got this friend at his Discord. He can mentor you to get affiliate, blah 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 blah."
Oh, yep.
It's funny as shit, but it's like, and then add him now so that he can attend to you. It's like, just like, what is he gonna suck my dick?
Yep. Sometimes. Oh my God, they're awake. Oh no, they're fucking. They're doing it. They're in the back there.
They're doing it. They're doing it.
All right, make it rain. Have some bread, everybody. I think the babies are sometimes stealing some of them. Hey, get out of here, party too. How many do I have in here? I should probably count. I only need so many of them. Or
Yeah, you're gonna have to kill the rest of them.
right. This is the first time I've ever done this, so it's kind of weird. I think I only need 3 more. Well, they'll only breed to the amount of beds I have, and I have the amount of beds that I am. You two get it on if I give you more bread? Hey, little bird running over there trying to steal their bread. You guys already got freaky, and none of you can get freaky now.
Give them that Alabama treatment.
Well, yeah, most of these are siblings.
They're gonna grow up all fucked up. Way to go, buddy.
Hey. Ooh, there we go. Somebody's in love. Got the love thing. Whatever. Out of bread. Hopefully somebody will do you, sir.
How about thee, Foul Dave? How are you hitting me from so far away? What the hell?
They're like zombies in 7 days. They've got a weird reach.
Maybe hating you.
Bring some light. Torches.
What a bat? What the fuck is that?
Go away.
Where's the bat?
I have to go.
I'm gonna just grab this too. For the hell of it.
What if we accidentally turn into a Minecraft streamer?
I mean, shit, if people are gonna watch it and I can quit my job, I'll fucking do it, I guess.
Valid point.
It's not gonna be my favorite thing in the world, but, you know, shit. You gotta do what you gotta fucking do.
Also valid. Actually learn how to actually mine. Probably also after a while stop swearing as much as we do.
I don't think it matters as much. Just
Not
long
as
you're
much
not
anymore.
just as long as you're not saying naughty words.
Right. Yeah, I'm just thinking about all the children's.
Welcome to the fucking real world, you little shit.
Yeah,
Everything sucks.
I don't remember if I told you. They finally got back to us on Christmas time. I'm off, and this year they're doing it again, so I'm off that Wednesday through the next Thursday for Christmas.
Lucky.
So I'm probably just gonna sit here and stream all those.
Why not?
He's only off on the holidays. I can go do much.
See how much PTO I got, because I might take some time off too.
Oh.
Fucking coworker just had his kid, and then now he's only working from home. So basically, I'm gonna get fucked over. And frankly, I feel like taking a whole bunch of time off and being like, no, I can't get shit done. Sorry, someone else needs to do it. Because
Well, that's actually kind of how it is at my job right now with me. They know it. It's stretched right now. I just I don't push it any further. Have to now. I'm just like I'm not gonna try to murder myself on the daily anymore. It's not happening.
yeah, that kind of ticked me off, because it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I understand he's got a newborn and stuff, but that means all the new hire setup, I need to grab the computer and physically do it. And when he works from home, I know his ass ain't gonna barely do shit, and I'm gonna come back to like 6 tickets at 4:30 because, you know,
Yeah.
oh, I'm off at 4, and it's like, it's kind of horse shit. And I'm kind of mad about it.
No, I can appreciate that.
So
that shit's stupid, and it's one of those weird things where it's just like I hate people to take advantage of that stuff, but at the same rate, fuck, I can't blame them for doing it because I'd fucking.
Yeah, no, what I'm gonna probably end up doing though is just saying, okay, you know, if that's the case, then he needs to watch the tickets and he needs to be the one actively doing them.
Right. Yeah, actively pay attention to if is or is stuff.
Yeah.
See, how many tickets got his name on there?
Oh, this is perfect.
Oh, sounds like you nailed it, chat. Finally found some cool coral or whatever.
Yes. And I found... Now, it's made of sand, so I'm going to have to fix that.
Whatever. Terraform the shit out of it. You saw where I had my, that little boathouse. That was all normal, bright-ass green oak trees and all that stuff. I spent like a week on that stuff. Absolutely. Or turned it into what I wanted it. Cool.
Let's go down and see.
Ow. Oh yeah, they changed a lot of the animals probably since you were last on too. Depending on the biome you're in, like there's like 3 or 4 different versions of pigs, cows, and chickens now.
Okay.
I'm over in the taiga, which is whatever the colder biome, and yeah, the cows are all hairy.
That's kind of cool.
That and frogs, they're actually... You can make us frog lights! Please.
I don't know what that is.
I don't want to do it. But I want frog lights,
fair,
please.
But also...
You're the frog guy. I will explain it to you / show you it a little bit later when you're settled and squared away. It's something you got to do in the nether.
Oh, okay.
But they're a light source. They're basically big blocks, and each one there's three of different colors. There's like a purplish one, like a whitish one, and then one and a green one. You can put them out, and they're bright. I don't know if they're quite as bright as a torch, but pretty close. They just look so much better. But I just don't want to go make it.
Fair. Oh, it's so beautiful. Actually, this is a nice. Okay, you know what? I can work with this.
The dangerous guys are gonna start coming out. Oh, I got more.
Okay, let's see here. Let's switch these around because we are going to use this to block everything, and we're going to square this off. No, let me up.
Don't forget to put your bed down. Oh, I didn't show you my kick-ass nether port. Very proud of what I've done on. I almost feel a little bit like a Minecrafter on.
Sure, I could probably do that after stream if you want to, hit the follow button. I'd really appreciate it. Uh,
It's one. Yeah, I gotta do that. I'll do that once I wrap everything.
well, I am in a predicament.
Oh,
Building my house quick. Zombies came up, and it's like, man, fuck you.
over in it.
Nah.
I might. I haven't really gone and dicked around off that way too much.
You fucking assholes. You fucking bitch. Fucking skeletons.
Oh yeah, I hate those guys.
Yeah, come on out after me. Where are the skeletons? Oh my god. You gotta be shitting me.
Down at least.
Nope. But we'll just do the XYZ coordinates and then head back over there. Fuck.
Hi, friend. I go
That pisses
downstairs.
me off. Fucking berry bushes. Damn it.
Okay.
Fuck those things.
Okay. I have a little dry spot in the back of my throat tonight. It's being annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. I must have been snoring last night.
Holy.
Oh, what the hell? Did I overshoot your dock? Where was that again?
Yeah, you went the wrong direction.
Oh, fuck my life.
Back towards me.
Ow. You bitch.
Yeah, you went about the most opposite direction you could have from where your
Behind the
stuff
house.
is. That's funny. There you go.
Yeah, I thought it was behind the house.
It was, but you went left. You needed to go right.
Oh, shit.
If you'd like, we could sleep through this night.
Is all my stuff gonna despawn?
Eventually. It's like 5-10 minutes, something like that. But it's also a bit of a only when you're within a certain distance of it being rendered too. So if you were pretty far out, probably gonna be okay for a little bit.
Okay. Are there animals close by? I'm gonna go beat some up quick. I need to cook them up.
If you want, I can give you a couple more potatoes. That way we can just get you on your way.
Yeah, sure.
Do that. So yeah, just hit your bed really fast. Let's get the night away so it's a little safer for you. Yeah, it was kind of funny. The Minecraft makers, whatever they are, they did an interview. Here. Half stack of potatoes. Get you for hunger wise, but yeah, no, this way.
Oh, I thought that's the way I ran. What the hell?
Well, you ended up having an issue, and then I saw you run off this way. So it's like, no. Yeah, you need to take this path and just follow it. Follow the yellow brick road. And just hang a left, and you'll see it. Feel free to take another boat or make one. Boats are cheap.
Snag a boat this time. Nah.
Yeah, boats are cheap.
Fucking assholes, man.
I agree. But yeah, they said, like, based off of their own new rules for stuff they're making nowadays and doing whatever, they're like, we probably wouldn't make a creeper anymore. But because it's so a part of Minecraft, they won't take it out. But they're like, yeah, we don't want to make those.
Goddamn berry bushes. Fuck you.
You can right-click on a berry bush to get the berries, too. They are edible. They don't give you a lot, but...
They're just fucking me up, that's all.
Now
I gotta find those coordinates again. Okay.
I did. I was making pale forest. Yeah, just be careful if you ever find the pale forest somewhere. You'll know what it is. It's all gray.
Okay.
But the new enemy in there, the creakings, they're interesting. They don't move if you're looking at them, but if you stop looking at them, they charge up to you and beat your ass.
Rude.
And I don't think you just... I don't know if you kill them either. No, you can't. They are indestructible. You have to find their heart in a tree somewhere. Destroy it. Kind of a weird... I don't know. I've yet to actually physically encounter one myself. I'm going to keep it that way for...
That was a mod. I heard of that, though.
Nope. That's in this, the creaking. That's a new type of biome they did earlier this year. So new trees, new stuff in there. It's all kind of gray. It's kind of neat. But Another building block to work with. Come on, bamboo, get down here. Make a new floor for my slaves. I mean, workers.
Quote unquote.
I made a bamboo farm, but it's not super fast, so I have some wild bamboo growing on the other side of my mountain over here.
Is there like pandas and stuff like that too?
Yep, they live in the jungles, the bamboo and stuff, and I think you... I don't know if you can actually tame them, but I think you can feed them bamboo. I do need to start going out to a desert, some of the deserts more with my little brush. They added like some sort of like archaeology or something to this at some point. You can brush on sand near certain structures, shit in the sand. One of the things is like you could find an egg, some new mob called a sniffer.
Sniffer.
I've never had one. That's some.
Oh, the chickens look different.
Let's see what this looks like. Oh.
Okay.
Is there enough for you in here? Maybe there are others. 12. I have no idea. Whatever. Not what I wanted. Shovel's too strong. Can't control it. Dude, get out of my face. Out of my hole. I shouldn't be doing it until I have all of you trapped.
Get out of my hole, Steven 2025.
Right. Quote me. Huh? Shut up. Definitely not very soothing. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. Stay out. Here's the iron golem out there. I'm gonna make one of those some point in time too. Iron farm.
Just an iron golem.
No, I'm gonna make a farm. Farm them. They die and give me iron. That also involves more of breeding these idiots. All right, all you little ones.
Respawn point. Respawn? Yeah, there we go. Words, I know them.
Oh, you made your bed?
Yeah.
Yes. Bamboo.
Okay.
You guys been doing?
Shit, is this a cave?
Absolutely. Need silk touch. Trouble. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Let me know if those stupid wraith things, whatever the hell they are, at night pop up, so I'll head back to my bed.
Yeah.
I think sometimes they don't do a good job of spreading it out between the people on the server. So like they may all just spawn on you type thing.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Most effective? Here's some stuff. There goes the sun. Doo-doo. Oh, if you're wanting to spawn proof an area, use F3. There is a spot on the screen to show you the light level on a block. Leave it's on the block you're standing on. I don't remember what it says, but it'd say sky and then a number and then block. Mobs spawn only on blocks that are at 0. As long as some form of light from your torch or something's touching that block. So if you're trying to make your area, just make sure you keep them close enough they don't get a 0.
For me.
And learning a little bit about how mobs spawn and / how to force it in a way.
Fucking bitch ass zombie. Fuck you. Bro, why is an Enderman after me? Fuck you. Alright. I hate you. No one likes you. You're not invited to my birthday party. Alright, I'm cowering for the night.
Are you by your bed?
Yeah.
Okay. I can go sleep with you if you want.
Sure. Oh wait, no, you may not rest now. There are monsters nearby.
You can try again in a sec. They may get it far enough away or whatever. I can get to my bed pretty quick and eat. Try.
This Enderman has a boner for me, so I don't know if it'll work.
I'm laying in my bed, so keep trying every so often. See what happens. Remember, Enderman or you can't get into a spot that's less than 3 blocks tall. So make a little roof that's only 2.
Yep, that's what I'm doing right now.
You can just stand there and beat his ass while he tries to get to you. Aha. Touch me. Aha.
Ender eye.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. I gotta give it a bit. These fuckers are just.
Probably all swarmed around your little hut.
Yep. I might just be waiting it out. Oh wait, no.
In?
I'm in there. Yep.
I'm back in. Now you
Burn,
can.
fuck you.
I was just gonna say, now you can listen to the sweet, sweet music of burning.
Oh wait, these are sand zombies.
Oh yeah, they can put a first thingy on you. I don't remember what that does. I think it makes eating difficult or something.
Yes.
At least for a little bit.
Why is there so many of them just hanging out?
Well, stuff that has to do with if there's only so much area that a thing can spawn, they will all spawn there. That's what I was saying. I was like, try to light up the area around your hut a good little ways out. Make sure you have everything kind of close enough. That way they can't get to you. Junk in here. God, there's even junk in here. Oh, you can make armor out of copper now. If you find copper, it's not completely useless.
Okay.
Or, well, I mean, you can make the whole set, everything. Like you can make all the tools, sword, all the armor, everything out of copper if you want. So if you're finding copper, easier. Not as good as iron armor, but
It's armor. I'm wearing leather right now, so I'll take anything.
yep. So as you find it, yeah, just melt some copper down and you make some cool. Throwing you littering in the ocean in this game too.
That's normal. Well, I hate to say it and keep bringing it up, but I'm really butthurt that Subnautica's not coming out sooner.
Oh, because even more shit's been coming out about that too, and it's just like, oh god, it might be longer because the trial keeps getting more interesting and yeah, I have a feeling that Crafton's gonna have to pay. I think it's Unknown Worlds makes it, right? Yeah, whatever. They're gonna have to pay them. It's just how it is. They keep coming out and coming up with these stupid excuses and just
Well,
more and
like,
more
how
shit keeps
shitty
popping
are
up.
you?
Yeah, they
Pay
found
the dude the money you were promised.
right. They even found that he even asked the CEO or whatever at Crafton went and asked ChatGPT how to get out of paying them.
Is he a moron?
Yes. They keep changing their story and this and that, so it's gonna get bad.
What a fucking idiot. Like, really? He asked ChatGPT?
Yep.
It's like, are you...
Yep.
Sorry, I was gonna say it.
I know, but yeah, no, like you can't get much dumber than that. Then again, that's what most CEOs at a lot of these places are now. They're all pretty dumb.
That's what I said to my coworkers. Like, we could just get rid of all of them and cut a shit ton of money. It's like, well, we don't really need them.
It's just like how everything
We'll
works in the
replace them
government
with AI.
and all those people. It's like the only people that can get rid of them are the ones that would be getting rid of. Makes it a little difficult.
Well, exactly. That reminds me.
Your skeletons. Everything.
Go in here.
This is a riveting game. At my spawner, just for mending all my gear.
Thank you, Olivia. I just noticed that.
Ooh.
Gotta follow.
Hell yeah.
21 now. Not a lot, but you know what? I'll take it compared to where I was before.
Like we were talking about, and I was talking about my YouTube. It's the same thing on your Twitch. It's like, it's all forward, you know? You're not falling, you know? Yeah, I'm not taking giant strides necessarily, but it's all forward.
Yeah, it's like I think I started the weekend with 13.
Yep.
So for 3 or 4 days, I'll take it.
Yep. Slow and steady. It works.
Still can't believe fucking when I looked yesterday and I looked at all the streams, it's like I've streamed 24 hours.
Yep.
I basically just Sword Art Online me, baby. I've got to go save the universe.
Oh,
If I die in game, I die in real life.
bitch in there. Please stop bouncing. I have a lot of arrows. Oh my god.
All the heroes. Call him Legolas.
I mean, about a third of a double chest. Stacks of arrows now. Skeletons spawn in this mob spawner too, so. Oh my god, stop bouncing. Thank you. Make a really nice diamond shovel. Woohoo! 30.
Oop, not that.
Fine. I need to make an actual like XP farm somewhere.
I should have kept this.
That's actually not a bad little helmet to bring in the nether. Peace. Oh. I'm assuming green's gonna be probably be one of your big colors. Possibly if you're dyeing
Maybe.
things. Cactuses. That's one of the main green dyes.
Don't you worry, I know all about that. I'm looking at some right now.
Make yourself a sweet cactus farm. Told her I'd make one of those sometime soon too.
What the fuck is this? Get that shit out of here.
Fine.
It's kind of fucked up because I'm hand digging this, but you know what? I don't feel like breaking more shovels and wasting more resources.
Yeah,
Sand,
shovels. Yeah, that always does suck. Shovels are kind of one of the more less than durable items. Tear through them so quick. Oh. Ah, you bitch. Oh, that's... one more level. Okay. I gotta sit up.
Gamer lean. Oh, fuck off, you creepy bitch. I gotta figure out where to get coal so I can make a bunch of torches. I don't have shit over here yet. I've just been making glass nonstop. And filling a beach.
Right near the beach. Yeah, you have to dig into a mountain somewhere or something. That, or if you see a decent mountain somewhere, I know some coal and iron spawn pretty decently on the surface. If it's all like a rock mountain. Rock mountain.
I'm surrounded by savannas. Let me put it this way. I have camels for neighbors.
Yep. Bash him. Ow.
Be real cool if you guys would leave me the fuck alone.
Nah, that's not
Bitch.
how it works.
Back.
Where are you? Efficiency 4. Try to head you in.
Ooh, he's taking the head off. Are you getting super cereal?
Getting warm.
I'm just sitting in your XP farm.
That far behind, really? Had it on super low latency.
What is it? No, it must be my thing is lagging behind.
Weird.
Yeah, there we go. Now it's like a couple seconds behind. Weird is right. My guy.
Sketchy app.
Oh my god. So you're a magic wizard, and I'm a little frog, dude. I'm like your sidekick and shit.
I don't think I've shown you my skin.
Steven? I seen it.
My red one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't remember if I'd shown you that or not. But I made.
Yeah, you had that
I
in
even
a
got a
couple
sweet beard.
game modes. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I did have that on when we were trying to play that not as great Skyblock or Sky Factory.
Yep.
Sky Factory 5
What do you
sucked dick.
mean, dude? It was game developing or game breaking, game whatever the hell it is.
Do you want to sleep? I'm next to
Yeah,
the house.
I'm getting fucked up.
Yep. Oh, gotta ask me. It's easy for me to get home. Say the word, and
I'm
I will go
getting
take a
my
nap.
ass kicked. They're hurting me. They're hurting me.
Oh. You just say the word sometime. I'll drop you off a little care package if you want. Need some stuff. But I understand the want. Try to earn it a little.
Yep. You son of a bitch, get away from me. Stranger danger. Stranger danger. Server's lagging a little bit. Microsoft, fix your servers. That's a creeper.
I just need to. Oh,
Don't you fucking dare, you son of a bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. They're jumping me.
oh what? We slept and it still didn't help you.
No, because it's those fucking stupid infected zombies or
Oh
whatever.
yeah.
So it's like it doesn't do shit against them.
That is a really nice shovel. Sounds really stupid. Like, that's a nice shovel.
Damn, bro, that shovel's a fucking A1.
It's
Oh, it's gonna be so beautiful. Hello, Mr. Camel.
how many? You have a house set up, right? Gonna
Sort
be
of.
kind of. But is it gonna be where you're gonna be? Type thing?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a temporary shelter until I build the inside of my base.
Okay. Because I might fly over to you here in a little bit. Because I'm curious where you're at. But I'm gonna put an ender chest over there.
What's that for?
That's that one weird like perma chest type thing. So like I have one here, and it's like putting shit in the void. So anytime you go to any other ender chest, anything you had in there, you can access at other ender chests. So that's what I'm kind of doing is I'm putting one at like every far base thing. So it's like you could always have some stuff. So when traveling, you can access them a little bit. It ain't cheating too hard. Oh, I should be able to actually go harvest all my clay really easy. Made a clay farm. I've never done that before.
Actually, do you have an excess of coal?
Not an excess, but I could probably drop you off a couple stacks or something.
Okay. It would be greatly appreciated just so I can light this area up for the time being.
Yeah.
I am getting assaulted.
Yeah, I got a little bit extra here I'll bring over, because I can always go mine more. I didn't show you, I'm on top of, like, giant caverns that are full of shit. It's kind of nice.
Oh, shit.
We inadvertently picked a really nice area.
Didn't know I could do that. I tabbed out of my game. Get out of here. There we go. Throw it in the ocean if you don't want it. You know, that's my saying.
Right? Yeah, there was a ship over there, huh? Right now, everything's going pretty swimmingly. My friend joined on this on my realm here, and he's trying to get squared away. I'm going to go see where he's basing. It'll be fun. There's another boat. Interesting. Okay, never mind. Here we go. Oh, you're a dot now. I think I'm getting closer.
Probably. I wasn't too far.
Oh, wow. Yeah, holy shit. That is a lot of coral and stuff. Nice. I have to buy some sea pickles off you sometime.
Yeah, I got a real special one for you.
You did just make a little dirt hut. Or sand hut.
Shut up.
It's fine.
Leave my sand hut out of
Do you have
this.
any chests or?
No, I'm poor.
Okay. Here. Hold on. I'm like, I don't even have any wood on me. Oh, you're right next to a swamp, homie. Hell yeah.
Yep, I know. That's why I kind of looked around and I'm like, yeah, this is a perfect spot.
Nice over here. I like this. I do have some shaders. So I'm running, you know, whatever. Fabric, Iris, whatever it was again. It's been a while. I do have one shader on just to kind of make it look nice. Nothing crazy, though, you know. I like the way Minecraft looks. I don't want to...
Do you now?
I do. Like Minecraft.
Why are you using shaders?
Makes it look like prettier Minecraft.
No, I'm kidding. Fair. Have you found one of the Sakura patches or whatever the hell they are?
I don't know what that...
Them Sakura trees with all the pink and all that?
Yeah, I mean, I have all that at home. I don't know if there's any near you.
Oh, okay.
I can look around if you'd like me to.
No.
First, here. Put a chest right next to your crafting table.
Thank you.
There's nothing.
No, I wasted glass.
Nothing major in there, but drop you off a stack of coal
That works for me.
and some sticks
Thank you.
and some planks. There you go. That way you can make. Yeah, you don't have a single torch anywhere.
Nope.
That's why
I told you.
Like...
I've been fighting for my life. I wasn't lying to you when I told you I was fighting for my life.
I'm not a speedrunner on this. I just get in and go have some fun. There's no... that's not my bag. Guess first big thing you always do, though. Punch the trees. Dig in the ground. Minecraft. Minecraft. All depends on like what your actual 44. He's streaming over on Twitch.
What's up?
Oh, somebody was just asking what your name was.
Oh, yeah. Good old Twitch. I have no clue what I'm doing.
So we are amateurs. It'll also help me find your base when I'm flying around too. Lights.
It's gonna be beautiful one day.
I do not doubt it. But you did choose like one of the like hardest like starter zones possible.
Shut up. How about that? As I'm getting attacked by zombies that aren't affected by sunlight.
This is great. This is what I wanted. I'm so happy right now.
Keep cursing me.
Know what it sounds like mostly?
Yeah, fairly accurate.
That camel sounded like it was growling at me for half a second.
It's got that dog in him.
He's just laying down. You do have a lot of camels out here. That's kind of cool.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, you're right next to the mesa over there too, I think. So you got all that terracotta and stuff you can do.
Yeah. I got
God, it's cool.
Prime real estate.
Yep.
I'm gonna flip it and it's gonna be worth millions of dollars.
Like I said, probably what I'm gonna do is sometime over here somewhere, once you get your full base going, make another portal. We'll link up, so it'll be easier for us to come visit each other.
I'm really scared about how my ceiling is gonna collapse in itself if I expand too much. So we'll see how this goes.
Oh yeah, sand will just fall. If it's
Yep.
not sandstone,
Should
it's
make some
just
entertainment.
it'll kill you. It will kill you.
Nah, it won't.
I'm putting
You
torches
don't know
out
what
to
you're
help
talking about.
kind of spawn proof the area for him. It's a little before you hopped in here, he was fighting for his life.
I was fine. Everything was fine.
Yes.
It's all fine.
That's exactly how it sounded over on chat here. It's just like, everything's great. I'm so happy. I'm loving it.
Yep. Everything was fine.
So at least like shit shouldn't spawn like right up in your grill now. Die, spider. Eh. Seriously, that sounds like a growling dog.
Like I said, dude, it's got that dog in it.
I think you can put a saddle on these dudes. You could ride
That'll be
him.
our mounts. Yes, that'll be our mounts. We can ride around on dogs or camels. What the hell? I want sled dogs in Minecraft.
Horse breeding and all that kind of stuff's actually a thing now in this. They all have,
really?
yeah, they have like stats and different things. Like believe different horses can jump different heights, have different
Dude, we got
speeds.
Pokemon in Minecraft.
Yeah, and you can breed them. You can breed a donkey and a horse and make a mule, and you can put a chest on the mule, so it's transport.
I mean, kind of cool, but still, it's just like, god damn.
Yeah, that's what I said. Minecraft's getting kind of ridiculous. Next update, they are putting out an underwater mob that you can ride. You can ride something underwater.
I want to ride the dolphins.
Yeah, that's what I was like. You already had something. That was right with Waltons. No, they made a Nautilus.
Oh, the shell?
Yeah.
With the little legs? What the?
Yep. So you can ride those guys. Literally, there's this. But while you're riding them, you don't need to breathe. Breathe underwater.
Oh, because it... Alright. You know what? It's cool.
I like the idea.
Cool.
I'm just with you where my initial thought was like, no, let me ride the dolphins. I like the happy gas.
I want to ride Nessie.
Get out of here, Zombo. They're coming in from the distance. They smell you.
They probably do, dude. It reminds me. I need to also, really quick, go over here.
Christ, how far out do I need to mob proof this? Oh, wow. They're not happy out there.
Quick little refresh. Make sure that's up to date.
That's a skeleton.
All right, there we go.
Oh, stop moving. That mountain's got quite a bit of lava flowing out of there.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm like, okay, if I ever need lava, I can go grab some.
Right. All right, down to my last 6 torches. Going home. This place is mean.
You're right, that camel sounds fucking freaky.
Yeah, when he lays down, it sounds like he's growling at you or something. It's just like, dude, calm down. I didn't do anything to you.
I'm only gonna eat you in an extreme situation, that's all.
Yeah, I don't know how to help you for food out here.
Cool, dude. Be cool, dude.
I have to find you some dirt. Plant you some Potatoes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't come out here.
I can also just nom on the rabbits I see around here.
Yeah, actually, I noticed there's a lot of them. Here, belong to you. They were from the locals. So they're for your rule. I
My
murdered them.
dictatorship, you mean? Don't you
Yes.
call it rule? I am the dictator.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to spawn too close, but those husks, I think that's what they're called, the dry zombie dudes. They
Yeah.
can walk a pretty good distance, so they still might be able to get out to you from way over there eventually, but for the most part, at least feel a little safer. Dude, you guys stop. Cereal. No, that dude is growling at me.
I keep telling you the reason why, and you just keep ignoring me.
Gonna growl at me too? Huh? Huh? Wonder what you feed these dudes. Probably cactus, I bet.
I'd feed them some Popeyes.
I'd steal some of your pickles.
Oh no, I'm drowning. Okay, no, I'm not.
If you need to be down, use the door trick.
I don't know what that is, sir.
Build a door, put it on the bottom down there, open it, it makes a little air pocket.
Interesting.
Yep, cheat the system. Not a bug, it's a feature. Oh shit, yeah, you got jungle over here too.
Okay. Well, that just made life on easy mode.
What? All the torches and stuff?
The door.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, you can put a couple down that way, like as you're going. Starts getting a
It's
little
broke
rough.
the door. I see. Just do the door trick.
Yep. Until you can start enchanting your helmets and stuff and get stuff like respiration, all that. Oh yeah, yeah. There is one of those temples right between us. I will ask for your help on that sometime too. We can share the sponges.
Too bad you don't have any right now, because those would come in handy.
Yeah, I know. I would like some a little bit later for one of my... I'm going to build an underwater dome over by the house here too. Yeah, we made it. We're home. Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, I'm glad you found somewhere that's not super far out. Thread the needle. All right. Oh, I'd have mending on. Damn it. Need more dirt. I'm Joe Dirt.
And you approve this message?
Your Tay.
Wait a second.
Stuff all turned around. Could probably go mines and go coal and stuff. Black lung. Bum 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 bum. I know there's probably a better way of doing this somewhere, but no, it works. Aggressive water bottle filling. Ever gonna hear.
No, let me up.
Some of them go fast.
Ah, fucking pufferfish. Bitch.
All right. Mud. Harvest. Lay blocks. I should probably leave some dirt down here. All right. Guess let's go down to the mines.
Love the mines.
Oh, it's just like after you were asking that, it's like, oh yeah, it's been a while since I've gone and like collected some coal.
You just got a coal mine, like you're a coal baron.
Kind of. No, just I've got a gigantic cave system under here. It's absolutely absurd the size of the caverns that are over here. But I mean, they're just full of copper and iron and gold and coal and all the shit. I mean, stand up here and you can just look, and there's just tons of the shit. Awesome. Yeah, when they did the whatever update they call it, is that a freaking geode right underneath the house? Ow! Don't worry, I know how to walk and run stuff.
He's lying, chat.
Freaking. I also need to light the area up under here more too, because it messes up all my spawn rates for my XP farm and shit. Nope, screw you. Oh my god, so many skeletons. Hey, that's enough of that shit. Look all you. Stop moving so much. Leveled up. Skeletons. Potatoing. There. I'm right below my. I didn't realize. So the house. I'm down in these caves, and I could still hear that happy gas up there floating around.
He wants you to pay attention to him.
Right.
Father, please don't deny me, Father.
Down here for all the iron. Here for the coal, damn it. Burn stuff.
Lint. Lint, that's what's in my wallet.
Right. How I feel most of the time. Right, not gonna continue.
Well, after learning that door trick, I'm never going to play Minecraft differently again. What the hell?
Dude, once you start figuring certain things out, yeah, it's just like, no, I will not do this without this or that. Like, I speed run to the end now because I'm like, I refuse to play this game without my fucking wings.
This is some shit.
I call it. Love it. Gimme. Fat stacks.
No.
You just standing there.
What's up?
I saw a skeleton. I thought he saw me. So I started drawing my bow before I came back up, and I jumped up, and he was just standing there staring at me. Didn't even draw his bow. I just shot him in the face. It's awesome.
He thought he was ready for you, but you were ready for him.
And
Yeah, what
make a
am I
couple.
doing?
Not need it. They're taking space. Oh!
Man's going insane talking to himself.
Boats are so pretty. Make music when you step on them.
A likely story.
Bird pole up. Back on.
Okay. No, I don't want that. Not like that.
Technically, but touch them. Uh-oh. He's been down here and put signs on my exits and stuff. Awesome.
Signs.
Yep, just put made little wooden signs. Yeah, if you write, you can make little signs. It's just like 7 days signs or whatever.
Oh, I thought you meant like, what was she putting? Like just messing with you, or I thought you
No,
meant something else.
nope, like literally just like this way out. So it's like don't get lost down
Oh,
there.
okay. Yeah, that's fair. Those are very useful. Not
Ah,
that I need them.
that I wasn't. Try this. Yep, found it again. Yay! I made it back. Better.
Throwing shit in my hot bar when I pick it up.
Yes. Worked. Ow.
Oh, there's dirt. That's all useful. Let's see here. Let's get all that crap out of the way. Let's break this, and we are gonna come over here and start working on this.
Take this calcite.
Did you say bath salt?
No, the salt.
Oh. Like bath salt? What the fuck is this game?
About to rage. What's gonna happen? Here, I just come around the corner. Ah!
Oh shit, Chad, he's a zombie now. Gotta kill him. Let's see, okay, I need to... Let's go down one more. My tools, they keep breaking every 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a little rough at the beginning there with those.
Okay.
Nice. That was awesome. Take that home, and she'll be happy when she tomorrow. Asking me for that stuff.
What's that?
Some of the stuff that's in those geodes I was just talking about.
Oh, the crystal things. Okay.
Yeah. She actually wanted the other piece. It's a white block calcite. No, she was wanting that for something she's building. Definitely one of the closer geodes I've found. Well, seen some other ones, but they're gaunt. Fucking that arrow at me. Cool. Fine.
Are you a dwarf and you're digging a hole?
Oh, whatever. Got the beard for it.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay. Shut up.
You got some neighbors?
Fucking camels, dude. We're just gonna make several of these. And we're gonna make a whole bunch of shovels. There. And we don't have to keep coming up.
Dig in the hole.
Ow, damn it.
There. I also wanted some of this too, so it's all working out.
It's all also coming together?
Right. I'm exploring while also getting stuff she wanted. Going a whole lot of absolutely. That too. Shit. Son of a bitch. Fucker.
Give me all the dirt.
I need to go make a beacon. If I go get all the ingredients, you'll come help me kill a wither, right?
But sure.
Underground.
Sure.
I need to kill a wither so we can get the other stuff. Oh, I guess, you know what? Could have done that. Well, you're gonna be all underwater over there for the most part, aren't you?
Yes.
I could have brought you something.
What's that?
I have a conduit.
What is that for?
Oh, Jesus Christ, that was a bat. Oh. In a moment. That scared me way more than it had any right to. I thought I was going to die down in this mine.
Why would you think it was?
I don't know. I didn't think anything. Like, I was expecting a creeper or anything instead of a bat right in my face. But, no, conduit, you set it up and it makes it for a certain area. I forgot how big it is. It makes you just breathe underwater.
Huh. That would be interesting. That is an odd concept.
Yeah, gotta get part of the sea and then a bunch of nautilus shells. Nautilus shells you can get off of a lot of times drowned. They just are carrying them for some reason. And also when you're fishing, pull up nautilus shells periodically. It makes weird noises every so often.
I agree on that.
Where are all my bills? Jobs.
Time for you to pay taxes.
She'll be super excited tomorrow when she gets an entire shulker box full of shit for her.
Okay.
Hear you. Where are you, asshole? My God. All right, whatever. Need to be doing this
What's
right
that?
now. Just the caves update they did, it makes these caves just insane. It's so easy to go get lost because they're just ridiculously huge.
They're huge.
So big, biggest. I'm going to go home now.
Biggest caves, the biggest. Nobody has bigger caves than me.
Jump thing. Wow.
Jesus. Okay.
Progress.
I finally cleared out the front of the of my area so I can see clearly out. I'm
Hell yeah.
still not very far on it. I have just been terraforming the fucking sea.
Show it who's boss. I am man. We rule the world.
It's something like that.
I don't get it. Drop this shulker box off and go see if I can roll up. That's some. Yeah, I got some cobblestone. Cast. Oh. House. Is it light out? Is it dark out?
It's dark out,
We should
I think.
take a nap really quick. It's dark. Reset those stupid flying dickwads.
I mean, I'm underwater and you're underground. I'm not really
Oh,
worried.
okay.
Unless,
I never worried. I just fly away.
yeah, no, I'm living underground or
Okay.
under the water. So,
All right. I am actually going to go use the bathroom really fast, so I'm in my house right now. So that should be good, but
okay,
be right back.
sounds good. Oh, you son of a bitch! Is there an actual? You know what? If it comes down to it, I'll fucking fill it in. Oh shit. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah, let's just finish this up. We'll just play it by ear. Um, we'll do what we have to do. We shall do what we have to do. I don't want to think about it too much, but you know. Okay, I ended at the perfect spot. Hell yeah. I am under the water. Okay,
I'm back. Yay. All right. What was I doing? I gotta go drop off.
stuff and things. Stuff and things.
Drop off her gift. Out of my.
Huh. Maybe I'll just start working it out from down here. I suppose I could have like a day and night cycle where gets dark out and I just go under the water. Just work on my stuff.
Just hide.
And then during the day, pop out.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea.
And then work on it from the outside.
See, you guys all growed up.
Oh, beautiful. Here we go.
No, they're not all growed up. But believe
I'll just go ham on it.
except
We have plenty of glass.
And 14 of them. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Now,
I'm liking what I'm selling. I'm liking what I'm selling.
dumbass in one of these holes. I don't care which one, just pick one.
Don't like the placement of this door. I think I understand now. Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
No! Not what I want to do. Grass back there. Ah!
Oh my.
Somewhere. Here, what? Get in a hole.
No. Alright, we're gonna have to address that right now. Alright. Let's rip Band-Aid off.
In there. Sure.
Oh, why didn't I do this ahead of time?
In there. Grass in there. All the way in there. You're aggravating me. Get in there. I don't know where you think you're trying to go. Nowhere else to go. Yes. Get in there.
You still doing really fucked up and unethical things to villagers?
Well, now I'm about to begin to actually trap them in their new forever homes. Slowly but surely. Pass in one of these holes. Oh shit, sun came up. He went in there. No. Okay. Then went in there of his own accord a second ago.
Yep, got it.
Oh, fuck. Yes. Aha. It's all coming together slowly.
It's all coming together, boys.
No. I hate all of you.
All right. We'll get even more glass. All the glass.
Hi, what's up? Want to go in your hole? Further back in there. Get in there. Ah.
ripping people away from their families and shoving them into labor camps.
Well, the worst part is they're only 1 block away from everybody, so they can hear and talk to each other.
Oh, so they're sort of together, so it's okay.
Right.
Is that your logic?
Well, half of them are going to be able to see. They're all going to be able to see one person, but they can all talk to each other because they're directly across from one other person. Hi, Ritzy. You're not slavery. I'm going to pay them.
Oh yeah, eventually, right?
Eventually. No, everybody leave. Stop it. Get out of my way. Damn it. Stupid beds. There we go. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh.
I'm waiting. Some of them are cooperating. Some of them are not.
Oh, so you're... All right, let me stop.
All right. I mean...
Let me stop.
Get in there. Get in the hole. No. There are better ways of doing this, but...
You're whipping the ones that are getting a little...
No, get further in there, please. No. There we go. All right, I gotta destroy a couple of these beds. I think I'm good to go. Get out of the way. I hate all of you. Now no. Hit it. Oh, I almost had you. This is the most annoying thing in the world, but oh, wait. You guys shouldn't be effing each other anymore.
You're starting to inbreed.
Yes, I do have a lot of long form videos. Not a huge editor, so they are long form. You are watching me play video games, but not a lot of Minecraft yet. And a ton of shorts. Yep, they are all up on this channel. Lots of them. And my VODs, too. Yes! It's all coming together!
It's all coming together.
Occasionally, one of them's really stupid and puts himself in there. And I just need the little ones to grow up because they're too big right now. They just walk out from under the slabs I'm trapping the other ones with.
You know, the more you keep talking, the more fucked up it sounds.
I know, right? Don't worry, I'll wait for the children's to grow up. They're just trapped in a bigger room until...
Then we put them in the small room after they grow up.
Yes.
They're adults, they can learn.
Everybody watched Matilda, right? Chokey? Get in there. You're so close. Keep going. No! Not running away from me.
Damn, this is gonna be annoying.
Shit, one of them walked in there. All right, hold on.
Figure something out for that. Maybe that should just be...
I know this is why bigger, better YouTubers and stuff use like rail systems and do whatever, but I don't have that in me today.
No, get to it. Come on.
No.
Chop, chop. Chop, chop.
I've watched plenty of them try.
Chop, chop, Buster Brown.
Well, it's like I'm also only half-assing this too, because I'm like, I'm not gonna turn these guys into zombies and then cure them like most people do. Oh, that's too much. I'm just gonna take them as they are. Yes, I trapped another one. I have almost one wall done. Yes, I saw you. You wanted to go to that hole. You looked at it. Where you want to live here. Come on. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Somebody. Guys.
this.
The little ones can still sneak into the cells with the big ones, so it just looks like they're visiting their parents in prison.
Well, that's not fucked up at all.
He's just standing there and he keeps looking at me.
It's definitely not fucked up at all.
Are you certain? He's just like, will you let my dad go, please? All right, guys.
Son, your dad has a very important job.
Do I really got to destroy these beds so you'll, like, stop congregating on this end?
Okay. Alright, we're cooking.
Sorry, little one, I destroyed your bed. It's like coming over here and giving me, like, the dirty stink eye. It's just... Hi, how's it going? Get in there. Move. That way. Go. 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 Get in there. Go. No! Further. Yeah, no! Yeah, got you. Well, that's... Hopefully he'll just grow up soon. Alright. Everybody, out of this corner. Let's go. Come on. You gotta go somewhere else. Anywhere else. No loitering. Let's go. Don't you hurt me. No. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. Oh my god, I'm so close to being done with this annoying part. Only 3 left. Come on. Come on. Come on. You. That way. Go. I don't know why you guys are all huddled over here. I'll start slapping people.
Not only are you slave driving them, now you're abusing them.
Well, all the good ones I treated better. they got it in their spots.
Sounds worse.
Get in a hole. Get. Come on. Please. Because all the beds are just laying here on the ground. Do I have to, like, seriously? Here. What if I throw more beds over here? Just start throwing beds on. I don't know if that's why they're congregating over there still. Oh shit, yeah, the little guy grew up. There's no more little ones. Alright, you 3. Seriously, why? Just go. Go. Get over there. That side of the room. Now. This one. They're hiding in the corner.
Yeah, I wonder why. Could be due to a guy abusing them.
Get out of here. Go. Go over there. Oh, I wonder. Hold on. Is it because this is open? Were you guys scared of the outside?
They've never seen light before.
Right. Some of them have not. There's 14 people in here. I only brought 2.
They're incredibly inbred. None of them are taught in school. I mean, what are we doing here, Steven?
Seriously, get out of this corner. I don't know what's so cool about this corner. Get out of it.
Now you're dictating where they go.
Like, he refuses to get out of this corner. Just get. No, stop it.
Sorry, I didn't realize you owned this corner.
They're 3 of them doing their ever-loving best to scrunch into this corner.
Now you're beating them for wanting to hide in the corner, huh?
I'm about to. Get out. Get out.
Beating the allegation.
One of them's the elder. He's still, I think, because it's one of the... he's got the skin or whatever. Come on, get. Come on, everybody out. Nope, screw you. That's right. Now you guys can't get on that side of the room. What's up? Right. Come on. Just found a new corner.
They're one little piece of solace and you're trying to take it away from them.
God, they're gonna get in their holes. They're getting your damn holes. He looked like he was about ready to go. No, come on. Come on. No, okay, never mind. I was getting the one away from him a little bit, and he was like, no, never mind.
Hold on, let me...
Get out of the fucking corner.
Maximize your fucking screen. Jesus Christ,
God,
dude.
give it. Get out of here. You can't get to your original corner. Just leave. You can only shove villagers so much. Like, you can get a little shove on them, but then you walk through them. Like, how do you...
Can you... Is there shields in this one?
There are shields. I don't know what I can do with them. These guys are not.
Oh, you can't push them.
And then they do this. You look at me. Hold on. Hold the door. Did night time yet?
Yes.
Right, bitches. A big brained. Out, they go to sleep at night. It's interesting to me. We've locked off half the room now.
Mans is just harassing them so they can't even get sleep either.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, there. Try one of you. Okay. Nope, that's not quite what I wanted to do. Hello, sir. I have to ask you to get in a hole. Yeah, there's a hole over there. Real nice hole. It's nothing but corners. Don't you? No, get in there. Go. Okay, go that way. Fine. Any hole works, dude. Go. Come on. Come on. There you go. A little further. Nope. Nope. A little further. A little further. Ah, I won that one. All right, on my inventory. Pass in that one. You're trapped in here with me. Okay? Go. Son of a bitch. Get in there. Get in there. Get all the way in there. Get all the way in there. Doing it. Happening. Oops, I am sorry, dude. I've angered the golem.
The villager at?
Well, because there's so many villagers here, it spawned a golem out there, and I accidentally hit this villager when I destroyed his bed. Get all the way in there. Keep going. No. Seriously, you go to your home. That's your home. Go home. Come on. Here's the last one. I need this. Just please. Move. Any direction. I don't care where. No! Get in. There we go. I did it. 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 Happened. I win. I'm the winner. Okay. So, somehow. Don't be mad at me, Iron Golem. I didn't mean to punch your buddy. Oh, okay. Now, I gotta roll through there, and now I gotta teach them how to work. A lot of extra beds now. Ow. Nearly killed myself. That's cool. Wrong place. No, I didn't. I need 2 of the... Can't have. Let's go this way. Well, it at least sounds like all your torches are working.
I destroyed a couple of them on accident, but yes, they're working for the most part.
Hey, beds are treasures. All right, so I need to make... Do I want to turn any of these people? Shit. Boxes for whatever. Fine. Out of here. Back downstairs. Figure out how to make some. All right. Bunch of books. Elves. Oh, photography table. Sweet. Do one more. Oh, well, take one because we already got the one in front of him. All right. Never done this part. Oh, I forgot to go get. Whoops. Stuff. Oh, I got wood right here.
So much damn sand, man.
And is cool. Glass is nice. Oh my god. Or oh no, they stack, right? They better fucking stack.
Ooh, that might be a problem.
Slabs. I need.
Can you use sand to make sandstone?
Yes.
How do you do that?
I believe 4 blocks. So on the crafting table or in your inventory, I think you just put 1 piece of sand in each of the 4 sections. I think it makes sandstone.
Okay, let me give that a shot.
And if you make a stone cutter, you can actually do stuff with that piece to make cool designs.
Oh, you're right. Sweet. Thank you.
Electrons. Got a cartography table. Those. What else do you trade? Best village trade. I don't care about their. So let's do. One of you got one of the big stuff. Linked for this? Okay. Little I know. Oregano. Probably farmers. Turn off phone.
No, you need your phone. You need it. Okay.
7 of them. We won the one. More slabs. Cool. Well, Fletcher's.
Oh wait, Mason, or the one wheel you were talking about?
In front of you. Put a stone cutter. Yep. You are correct, sir. Nailed it.
It only makes sense.
Oh, bitch. Trying to set up like one side of the hall is going to be a bunch of dudes that'll be able to make trades to get to get emeralds from, and then the other side I'm going to make like 7 book traders, so you can get enchantments for whatever. There may come a day where I make another building right next to that building with more dudes.
Needs more dudes.
You heard how that was going with my life there. So I was like, I'm 14's enough for right this minute. What do I need to make that? Stone. Yeah, I need stone. Is upstairs. I love gold. One, two. Got one more dude. If I make.
Oops, shit.
Sticks. Yeah. Hmm. Not carrying them. As much as I want to, it's just like, nope, it's not happening. All them. One cartographer. Fine. Dipshits. That. One of them. I already have him. Make another fletching table, I guess. Or I could make one fisherman. There we go. Now we have like one of every possibility of dudes to dude.
Whole bunch of dudes. Just duding out, dude.
Right. Oh. Well. I need to like first key. We can make bamboo, or Yeah, the spruce one looks nice though. Like that. Nice that I'm actually to a point now where I can actually make doors on that fucking building. How do I make... There we go. That it? Huh, okay. Alright, hold on. That in there. I know. Oh my. Spawn. Get out of here. Yeah, those. Pop them in there. Back over there. Oh my god. It's worth it, damn it. I keep telling myself that. Worth it. I had some house. So expensive. Correction, I do not have any. Oh, shit. Wait, where are we going?
Where are you going?
I don't know.
That should, yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Glass pickaxe. You can go here.
Not yet. All right, sweet. That's the cleric master.
Ah, fuck. We're gonna have to sleep.
Oh, I can go sleep now if you want.
Fuck off, asshole. I'm trying to craft. Alright, yeah.
Heading there now.
What a dick.
Yeah, I hate those guys. They're only minorly useful if you don't have mending. Apparently, the stuff they drop when you kill them, that's the stuff you use to repair your elytras.
Burn, bitch.
For emeralds. See? Right off the bat. God, that's... Get out of me. These you guys making noises. Apparently. Trade. Alright, cool. He's locked in. First emerald. Yay! What we want from this. Hey, ads. No, I see. One of you.
Can you lay flat in this one?
Uh, only if you do that stupid trick with a trapdoor.
Okay.
Hi there, Nicholas. Or hopefully it's just Nicholas. Czech Republic. That's awesome. Sorry, I'm trying to min-max trades. I've never done this before, so.
Learning.
Well, because every time I basically you go up to a villager and you put one of the tables down in front of him and it turns him into said dude. And there's a certain types of trades they can end up having, and there's only so many they could each have. But it's just like, which ones do I want? Because once you trade with them once, apparently I think that locks it in on them. As long as I don't trade with them, I can change them. So it's just like, which ones? What can he have? And it's just like, almost seems like I want to have 2 cartographers. Then there's always some of the min-maxing where it's just like, if I get the right kind of librarian, I could trade 1 emerald for a couple of pieces of glass, which then I could turn into glass panes, and I could take the glass panes over to the cartographer and sell them to him to turn into more emeralds. It's like 1 emerald into many emeralds or something. Just how many glass panes do you get out of a glass block, or is that how that works? I don't know how glass works.
I don't remember. Yeah, I honestly, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Right. That's where I'm at.
It's 4. That's where I'm guessing.
So for every big glass chunk, I get 4 glass panes.
I think.
One of those. Earth me do. Paper into emeralds. Eventually he'll level up. Emerald master. Probably get some stuff. What do you got? Paper. I have to come back with something. Lock you in. Hold on. Bye. Yeah, Minecraft's the infinite amount of make your own fun type game.
I can agree with that.
It's always as entertaining as you basically end up wanting it to be. This. Boom, baby. Now, what do I want from you, Mr. Mason?
I'm almost curious.
Yep, I'm going to end up making 2 farmers at the end of this particular building. I'm not doing an astronomical amount of dudes here. I want to figure out ways of getting... Let's just see what we get. Play balls. Turn. Dirt. Emeralds. Slowly. I think I might leave this.
Play bar.
They do have a clay farm. Yeah, let's do it.
Dumb. That is so dumb.
Lock that in. Oh, yeah, I need to get paid too. Or even trading with you earlier, homie. I'm also not going to go through the whole rigmarole of trying to cure dudes. Making this place was annoying enough as it was. String. Trades. Like to go fishing. Do not have a spider farm, so let's go for more something we get. Shh. Or they'll trade for. Give me that back. What do you got? Huh. Coal for emeralds. I like using coal though. I don't like it. Switch it around. So annoying over here. I'll have to turn them off later.
What's that?
The noises. I've got 14 dudes in here just going.
You love it. That's why you did it.
Maybe. Sure. Different trade, please. Great.
I'm gonna have to kill you and your family. You're not what I want.
There's always the possibility. I mean, I could go try one of these other guys. Oh, thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. Thanks for the good luck wishes. I need them.
He sure does, Chad. He sure does.
Keep it down over there. Alright, let's go try one of the other guys. You want to be a fisherman?
Me?
No. one of the other guys in here.
I'm just like, what?
Oh, that's tempting, man. This dude trades string and coal for emeralds. Make a spider farm. I might have to do this. I think I might leave this. We locked it in. Now we're just down to my 2 farmers. Now you can't both be potatoes. Carrots and potatoes.
Beets and carrots and beets and carrots and beets and carrots and beets and carrots.
What all trades can I get on? I found a pretty decent little graph somebody made or whatever, so it's nice to be able to see what kind of junk they.
Yeah, I got my villager breeding graph.
Start harvesting carrots and stuff again. Which I'll have to go figure that out again at some point. I can go breed a couple of these guys to go farm for me too. Alright, I need carrots. Carrots. 22 no matter what. Yeah. Alright, you get to try again. Carrots, potatoes. Potatoes. Sound like this. Yeah. here because we're trade with them.
Bitch.
Come back with some trade with you.
Mans is doing villager math.
A little bit. Trade with them. Come on, dude. Give me something different. Yep, that's his trades. Doing. These are my trades, and I'm sticking to it. One dude, I got it so I could sell him freaking sticks. That's one of the real dumb ones.
Well, I mean, you know what? As long as he's happy.
You know, you're not wrong. Wrong. Gotta leave. Close. Nice. Put some of them there automatic doors on the hall, so it should always close. So a freaking zombo can't sneak in there. Where's my super hoe? Baked potatoes. And I need lock this. Super hoe. Activate. Fine, Mr.
Jesus Christ.
What's up?
This is going to take a lot of terraforming, so it's just taking a while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this could be another one of those things, just where you just screw it. I'm gonna go cover for an hour or something. How I treat this nowadays, it's just like, oh, I'm gonna go sit downstairs for 45 minutes, harvest my stuff. No, stop. No, no eat. Plant. I need some. A couple of these aren't ready, but not good. You find yourself some dirt or something, so you can plant some food.
Yeah, I have some.
Okay, good. Just worry about you over there. So far away and ow, bush.
That's what killed me one of the times. Well, it didn't kill me by itself, but it dragged me back.
It contributed.
Yep.
Oh, I needed paper too. Shit. Whatever. He levels up. Is that all the weed I got? Okay. Whatever. I'm ready to trade. So they're all locked in. Okay, I need Blocky. Paper, paper, paper. Told me a lot of all these seeds. Paper. It's like I already forgot what I was doing. I'm just like, why am I here?
Got the attention span of a goldfish.
Yeah, it's getting late enough where it's just like, yeah, that's kind of where it is. Like, probably just gonna wrap this. I'm not even gonna work on all the book dudes. I'll do that like tomorrow or something. But I think I just want to get all these trade dudes locked in, and I guess that's what it is. It's like, their trades will randomize every so often if you haven't made a trade with them yet. So if you want to keep what I've got, hey Kennedy, you got to make a trade.
Okay, that makes sense though.
So I've made a trade with everybody except for the cartographer. Got to make some paper. Eh. Next, I guess if I level up the cartographer, he can give us some cool maps or something. It's all stuff that I've never gone that far before.
Yeah, there's something to do.
How do you make?
The one papyrus, whatever plants, I forget what the hell they're called.
I just don't remember I don't remember the pattern. I'll have to look it up.
But wasn't it stacks of 6?
Empty map. Paper. Oh, it's just 3 across in the middle. Cool. Closer. It sounds so inconvenienced. I own you. No.
Beatings will continue until morale has improved.
Right, exactly. I could buy arrows off that dude. Bought some from him. So he's up. I already worked you. You were in the village. This dude I could sell gold to. It's kind of nice, but I got a dude here that'll buy that stupid rotten flesh.
Yeah, I mean, I do get a lot of that stuff from all the zombies that seem to come and attack me.
Well, especially, like I said, I've got that mob spawner over there in the ocean, and they spawn in there too, and they fill my hoppers up and all that stuff with freaking rotten flesh and whatever too. So it's like, at least I can make it semi-useful. So the question I have here is like, do I double up on? I have guys at actual villages with certain spell books, so it's like, do I double up, or so I don't have to go there, or should I make these guys do other spells? I don't know.
I mean, if the village is that close, then why bother?
I mean, they're not super far, especially since I got my elytra. I can get there in a breeze. I don't know. Figure it out. I don't have all the stuff yet for. Oh, actually, hold on. Potatoes. Oh, I don't have potatoes. I have bacon. Oh hell yeah! This guy will buy pumpkins now. Buys wheat. I leave stuff here. I have to turn villager voices off. Just in case the door breaks ever. That's very important. Sweet. I'm thinking I'm going to do a little bit of my tree get off. stuff these. Oh wow, I got way more than I thought I had. Hell yeah, brother. That. Problem with one. I need snowballs. Yeah, this is my first actual project that I've been using the happy gas, and it's pretty nice. See him coming in handy. Slowly. Really. Come here. We're on. And we're off. We're off like a herd of turtles. Once I actually get this thing completely covered in oak, then I gotta decide what color leaves I want to put on it and stuff. Dirt. Cover that, make that so. Finding how much of a novice I am in quote unquote building.
Well, I mean, some of the people, that's all they do.
Yeah, I mean, I get that too. Someday, I want to be one of those peoples. I want to be one of those peoples. Something kind of how song goes.
Yeah.
Little Mermaid taught me life lessons.
Oh, goddamn, that's an old song. Quiet, old man. No more reminiscing.
Right?
The past is gone and it's never coming back.
Ugh. I absolutely love this happy gas. I know I've said that a couple times, but I've tried doing builds like this before without something like this, and I really, this night and day. Oh, fine, whatever, I'll leave it. Might be a happy accident. Get in there. Pixel perfect.
What am I doing?
Look as stupid as that. Oh yeah, it does. Hold on. Yeah, let's do that. Nope. Be careful, you can murder yourself while on the happy gas.
By jumping off?
Nope, because as I'm flying around, you can accidentally basically put your head inside a block. Start suffocating.
That's so stupid.
But I was basically just accidentally doing it myself right there. Trying to get up to this area up here and I just keep going up, and all of a sudden it's like the gas won't go through it, but my head sure will. And it's just like can't breathe. Used to fly in this bad boy. God, it snows up here. You're fine. Making all your cute little noises. It's working. It's working. Okay. Nope. Yep. We're fine. We're fine. Everybody. Oh, down. Seriously, I feel about as dumb doing this as I do flying a helicopter in Battlefield.
Yeah. I don't know. I just can't, like, some things are just not meant to be. That's kind of how I look at it. It's just like, I could do that, but chances are no, and it's going to take me forever to figure it out.
I think next time we get on, we should go work on tanks. I mentioned that, but yeah. That way we can get some, we can have the good tanks in Red Sec or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the only vehicle I actually got levels in.
Does that act, or does that even affect the Red Sec tanks? I don't even know.
Yeah, it may, or actually,
Just thinking about that after I thought about that, I was just wait. It's not like you choose what you're getting out of there, right? You just run up to there and hit the button, and it screams, and then it's like, here, have your tank.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, I want you to go. Down, down, down. Right there. Ugh. Now I actually kind of got a feel for when I watch the Hermitcraft dudes doing this. The sheer amount of time they're actually putting into some of this shit. Like, I understand that they're better than me, period. They're more creative, things like that. But also just like when they're building these things, it's just like, oh my god. Your amount of time.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous just how long, just a little bit of time, or little bit of shit I feel like I got done with mine, how much time it actually took up.
Right. Like watching most people in the chat here probably know who I'm talking about, but Good Times with Scar, he's pretty cool. But he's in a wheelchair. I don't know what all he has or does, whatever, but got some pretty nasty stuff. So he is wheelchair bound, whatever. But that's basically all he does. And kind of talked about that in a video once. It's like that's how he tries to escape into the real world is Minecraft. But some of the shit that man builds, oh my god, it's insane. I know that's because that's what he has the time to do. But dude builds like full one season on Hermitcraft, he built like an entire like theme park. It was just like the details, cool shit he made. And I was like, damn, dude. Damn.
Yeah, well, like I said, it'd be kind of nice just to be a content creator, and then you can have the time to actually do that stuff.
Yep.
Just with a job, and it fucking sucks.
Yes, I know. I would love for this to be what I do on the daily. Kind of like I was
That is
talking to that dude earlier that asked me if I had like some long form videos or all that, whatever. I'm like, I do, but I don't have a lot of. I don't do a lot of editing on all my stuff for that stuff because I'm just like, I don't have all that extra time. You know, it's like I'd rather be putting the time into actually being on here and like this, playing or streaming. You know, that's fine. But like trying
yeah.
to like make those really hardcore edited videos, I'm like, I don't have the extra 20, 30 hours to do that. If everybody wants me to, slash, you know, make, I hate sounding like that, but makes it worth my time, quote unquote. Not trying to sound too greedy, but you know what I mean. In here, give me your money.
Sorry, not ignoring you, just trying to count.
I get it. Up here trying to fly a happy gas and place blocks, so.
So like right here.
Yeah.
God damn.
Oh, no. There we go. Whatever, there's a knot there. Probably come through this eventually and do some more different colors and here a bit more. Maybe turn some. Just gonna get the basic shape and coverage. Looks kind of like a tree of some sort. Don't get me wrong. Pretty messed up looking tree, but it's supposed to be a tree. I tried my best.
Your best's not good enough. Start over.
Got a flint and steel? I can. Just.
My things.
Hey. Can't get down there. Oh. I'm gonna use that.
What am I doing?
Eh. Wait, hold on. I get it. Down here and collect my dirt. Magic hanging dirt.
Shit.
Now I just gotta figure out how to do like branches things.
Oh, do what everyone does. Good old YouTube.
Yeah. I'll probably go watch something from B-Dubs or Scar. They do tree. That is a thunderstorm. Wow. All right. They do good trees and stuff. Masters, I guess, you know.
Yep.
That dirt right there. It is.
Dude.
Uh-oh.
So I'm sitting here and it thunders and I turn the corner and there's just a skeleton just menacingly staring at me. It's just like, go fuck
Turns
yourself.
into a horror movie. It's just like
Basically.
dirt here. Yeah, okay. There's dirt. Oh, and then I put dirt down.
Stream boo.
Wow,
Oh shit.
that's late. Where you been? Oh, hi, it's Icy. Don't mind us. We're a little slow sometimes on the hellos and things. Not what you would call professional streamers.
I'm currently hiding in a small house made of sand.
Right.
It's a 1x1.
Hey, man. Gotta do what you gotta do. Minecraft trailer park trash.
There's a skeleton outside and he's very threatening. I feel very intimidated.
Any more of that crack? Look.
Leave me alone, you ne'er-do-well. Nobody likes you. You're not invited to my birthday party.
I might have to go chop down a couple more trees, I think. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Becoming a lot more difficult than I intended it to be. Damn it! An entire side I missed. Fine. Start bringing my laptop to work with me and playing this. Can I put Minecraft on my Steam Deck? Come on. Happy gas, you're fat. Okay, I still love you. That's all I got left, I think, actually. Before I gotta come back over here and take care of that garbage. Make some slabs or something to put on there so it doesn't look quite as... Again, who's gonna be looking at it from that angle? Be out over here or something. I mean, it's something. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Trying to step out of my comfort zone. I don't normally build things. Cow. Reminders. There we go. Oh yeah, it's a good thing you got next to that mangrove forest. That way later on we can work on that frog light situation. That'd be really cool out in your little water area there. Frog lights are nice. All right, I think go drought. Go park homie here. Wire hardware. Do make some iron something. Sorry. Ow. tree-ish. Right? No, it's not like perfect, but you get a few little small branches that kind of poke out. We just gotta choose what color we want to do. Spruce on it? Nice. Better. Hmm. Jungle stuff. Good put bullies. Did I grow vines off that thing? 100 feet down. Maybe. It's full.
Oh, damn it. I've been talking this entire time. I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh, did you mute yourself? Funny.
Yeah, on accident. Don't they have that like blue wood or whatever that like looks enchanted?
Yeah, that's that shit in the nether.
What about some shit like that?
Yeah, I could work some of that in there a little bit. That actually doesn't.
Just make it look like a giant enchanted tree.
Well, yeah, like actually, yeah, I think you might have just hit something there.
You know, make it like, and then have the vines growing off of it. Make it look like a elf tree.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It's like, yeah, I could use some of that because there's red one and a greenish blue one, and I
Oh
could
my god, it's
just
Niflheim.
yeah. But I was thinking about like running it through it, like kind of like veins running through it.
Yeah, either that or that.
Think about that. That's actually a rad idea, dude.
Or that redwood.
It's actually really good. That red one would stick out. So, oh god, the green one too. I'm staring at both right now. I think the green would be cool. Yeah, just kind of replace like a line of it going up there and just have it kind of like spiking. Like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I don't like that idea. Not a fan of having to go in the nether to get stuff.
Yeah, but it's again, make your own fun.
Right. I mean, I've got the nether pretty much mastered around in here for the most part, but still hate it. It's actually a really good idea. I might do that. I don't know what leaves I want to do yet. Yeah.
God damn, that already broke my iron shit. Fuck. I find a fucking dick hair of iron and then it's already breaking.
Yeah. I tend to at first do a lot of stone crap and keep my iron stuff just for certain tasks, like especially the pickaxes. Just use the a shitload of stone stuff to like basically do your actual like digging. But then like once you find like an emerald or whatever, then you just switch over to your iron pickaxe so you can, harvest the oh, got honey too. God, she's got a fucking hive over here. Come on. Yay. Right. That's so much honeycomb, dude. Wax all the things.
Hmm.
make yourself an iron golem. That way you can have a slave of your own.
Huh.
That way I'm not the only one having fun over here.
I don't think he'd stay in just one spot, though, I thought.
The copper golems? The copper golems, those ones, I think stick around pretty good. They tend to stay close because they're little dudes. The iron golem, yeah, that guy wanders off and does whatever. But the copper golems, they're just for doing your inventory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're little sorter machines. You put like gotta get a jack-o'-lantern. You put it on top of a copper block and all of a sudden it'll explode. And you get a copper chest and a copper golem. And basically any chests that are near it, it'll sense, it kind of knows what's in those chests. And if you put that stuff in his copper chest, he'll just go fling it in those chests. So you still got to kind of do your own first basic kind of separate everything into different chests. Then you can just come home and dump all your shit in that chest and he'll sit there and do the work and start wandering back and forth.
Okay.
Come on.
Maybe eventually.
Yeah, she tried it once and she didn't set everything up right and they just started going ape shit. It was kind of interesting. So she murdered him.
This hurts me more than it hurts you.
So I'll eventually go do it again. It's kind of cool. But it's one of those things, it's like there's a learning curve of figuring out what the boundaries are and what they can and can't do exactly. On the left. Oh, I was gonna go cut some more wood because a bit more. No, actually, I think she's give me some. I don't have to cut any. Not here. Check the other place. Slowed me down just enough so I die. Fine. Alright, cool. Alright, Mr. Gast. So, we're gonna go back up there. Ah, get back down here. Nope, sorry. Threw a snowball at him. Back down here.
Did he deserve it?
Seen it.
But did he deserve it?
Maybe. A little. Got it back. Alright, cool. Back to the tree. I got more wood. Everybody, we got wood.
Wood for everyone. Wood for everyone.
Tomorrow sometime I'm going to have to sit here and go through this VOD, and I'm going to have to make some very interesting shorts.
Out of what?
Mostly slavery.
Fair enough. God damn it, are you fuckers...
Not have a lot of dirt on me, so I need to catch these. Gotta make sure I light this thing up here. They will spawn up here. Me and murder me.
Would you fuck off?
What's up?
I'm getting harassed.
Oh, yeah. Is night. Yep. Do not suffocate me. Do not suffocate me. Ooh, started doing it.
Are you close to home?
Yeah, I can be there.
I need to sleep.
On my gas, so it's gonna take me a second. Get the homie home and take a nap. Like, just close enough that I was like, I know I said I was gonna go to bed here a second ago, but I'm gonna wrap up this last bit of this tree up here. Like that home stretch where I'm just like, nope, I want to finish this. Otherwise, yeah, this is it's like, it's just a server, so it's on. So if you want to get on at any time, you get on. Don't have to have me on or anything.
Probably stay on for a while. I pretty much slept until like 3.
Nice.
Well, I stayed up late. I was up till like 5 a.m. I'm quite the night owl now.
I always have been. I am a night person. I'm not a daytime person. Like, if I didn't have my wife, and she's kind of the opposite, if I didn't have her, I probably would have found a nighttime job.
Yeah.
I just would have gone and worked overnight somewhere.
Dude,
I
come out.
thrive at night. What? Oh, is it husks?
There's 2 fucking creepers.
Nice. Creeping on you. Made it. Oh.
You fucking asshat.
At least they're not super creepers. Are. Yeah, I'll have to come do some fetches on it. I am pretty stoked with. Oh. Dirt. My dirt back. Important to me.
You fuckers.
I can't get any closer with this guy. He's too fun. Ah! That all of it? Can I say I won?
No.
Oh, okay.
You don't win, you just do a little better each time.
Oh, nope. Hard to tell in a couple spots because it's up so high it snows up here.
Holy fuck.
Gassed. You come home? Back over. Good thing I have my elytra. All right. Pay attention when I get back over there because there's probably a lead sitting on the ground because I am it. Yeah, I'm definitely parked this gassed. Chat, I appreciate all of you. You're ending the stream here in a second. Hate being that guy, but good. Don't forget to like this stream and also subscribe. So you can come on back.
Yay.
Where is my
Because we're
lead?
probably going to be doing it tomorrow.
Where's my lead? I see it. Hold on. Chat. Subscribe for the lead. Subscribe for the lead. I got it.
One
Get back here.
subscription is one lead.
Nailed it.
Holy shit, dude.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm going to keep going for a while, so
Here we go.
I have so much shit to do.
Have fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to disconnect. Oh, I don't know if it does much to you there. Shouldn't. All right. Stream. We love you. Thanks for hanging out. But it's over. Good night.
Bye.